Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. Make sure everything's happening here. Looks like it's okay. We are, hold on, there we go. It's the 10th of March, 2026, 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time. I start the stream every trading day at this time, 8 Central, and do a pre-market setup, numbers, reports, etc., and then be ready for the market open at 08:30. This is, again, my virtual trading journal. Now, it's not intended for financial or trade advice. I'm not licensed to do that, and there's a disclaimer in the description here. Having said that, though, I do trade. It's my journal, right? So I trade in Bookmap, my own live account with my own funded with my own money, AMP through AMP futures. On my forward testing and back testing stuff, that's with IRT. That stays within the IRT environment because I'm not, that's experimental stuff. So there you are. This is Bookmap, and this is IRT. Now, the reason for this virtual stream is a couple of reasons. First of all, transparency and accountability. No trades taken ever on this account off of the stream. That's why the streams are so long, from now at 8 o'clock in the morning through 1500 Central Standard Time. I let it run long yesterday through 1600 just because of this world famous, I don't know what the hell they even call it anymore, the political stuff going on, the war's over in Iran, and so everybody jumps out the window in exuberance, and the war's no more over than, I'm 25. I mean, it's just, I don't get it. But anyway, we'll see what happens. Now, obviously, we had a huge string of singles right here on that announcement. We've just touched into them twice, almost 3 times. I'm not sure what's going to happen today, but let's just watch, shall we? That's all we can do. So let's look at the numbers for the morning. There are none. There's only one number out, and that's existing home sales out at 9 o'clock. So we're kind of on the clear there. The news sources that I use are investing.com and Financial Juice. I use investing.com and have for the longest time because I prefer the format for screen snapping. Here you see existing home sales. It's a 3-star event, and it's at 9 o'clock. Now, investing.com only reports and tracks typical standard economic calendar events, non-farm payroll, CDP, PMI, existing home sales, that kind of thing. None of this other non-traditional events which might influence our auction, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Another thing I like first, and let me say, you can filter both of these for wherever you are in the world and whatever reports you're interested in, so that's not a problem. And you'll notice all these ads flying around here. That's because they're both free. And I leave them that way so that anybody coming through the stream can have access to the same reporting without having to pay for something. You'll notice that the event title turns into a URL down here. So if you don't know what existing home sales is, you can click that and see all about the report and who puts it out and what the last several reports looked like, the numbers, etc. Earnings also. We've got Oracle out now. This quarter moon means that it's after the close, and this little sunrise is before the open, obviously. That's a fairly big one. They're not in the Mag 7, but there's been a lot. They've been in a lot in the press lately with Ellison and his son doing up to a bunch of skullduggery there, I think. So that's that. The other news source that we have is Financial Juice, and it is a similar docket feature, except that if and when somebody, schedules a press conference or a news briefing or something like that, that may have a significant impact on the auction, they pick that up and bring it into this schedule, so I really appreciate that. And on the right side over here is kind of their squawk box or their live running dialogue. You can see what happened last night with the what could happen over here, and the other things. I don't know where they went. Too far down the way. Okay, so that's where we are as far as the reports and the numbers. The only real thing we've got on the normal docket is coming out at 9 o'clock. So let's move on to the pre-market. Well, there was yesterday. There's the spike, the string of singles right here, right there. And where we close. This is the ETH open. Traded down twice, traded down 3 times, up and back. Well, here's our open. So we are about balanced inventory as near as I can tell. I would say probably volume-wise, we're short inventory. If you just look at the volume profiles here. Trade-wise, it's about balanced. We are typically in a situation like this, I would be looking for some responsive buying to take some profit, assuming that we are in fact short inventory. But I'm real conscious and aware of these singles down here below us. Stand by one. All right, sorry about that. So that's our numbers. Here's our pre-market. This is, first of all, investor RT. And if you notice the header of all my charts here, get out of there. You'll see the chart name, which is meaningless to anybody but me. And then there's the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So that makes it kind of handy. I'm trading the micros, so that's why I'm focused on watching them here. I also plot the same configuration for the minis. And this is the micro NQ, the micro ES, higher time frame. And this is just the ES. I don't switch between mini and micro. This is the market profile, and you'll see where we're just got into those singles a little bit here from here down. And I would suppose they'll repair those before this week is over, be my guess. Here's that big bump on the war's over. Jesus. Anyway, this is my higher time frame chart. It's a daily candlestick, RTH session only. Wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them, and that generates a micro composite VPOC here. And these red and green lines, which are high and low volume nodes based on this market profile. The high and low volume nodes push automatically to Bookmap, as do the session prices. So let's go to Bookmap. Here we go. I'm assuming you are familiar with Bookmap. This is the chart and heat map. The columns go as follows. This is the dome or the price ladder or the order book, whatever you want to call it. Excuse me, frog in my throat there. These are resting liquidity. These are limit orders, not market orders. Nothing has been traded here. Buys, offers. This is my micro composite chart where I have entered the naked volume points of control and the gap high and low, which we took out yesterday and that kind of thing. The high and low volume nodes pushed automatically. And the full session volume profile right here. This started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. It's not the ETH, it's the Globex or the full session. And this is the RTH delta and volume profile. I'm messing around with settings here, trying to get this thing to reset properly. We'll see what happens now. My statistics column, which is pretty important to me, and I typically start every day putting this in. I changed the column title to what I anticipate the statistical open type to be. And I do that purely out of selfishness, because if I just look at a screen snap or the stream and see that title, I know what's going on as far as the relationship with the overnight. Now, these are the session prices, which are pushed automatically from Bookmap to Bookmap MyRT, and this is the heat map. If you notice, there's no indicators. There is a POC for the full session and for the RTH, which is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's it. The split second that one of these prices trades 53 contracts, this is going to move. That's it. This is the RTH VWAP, and I mean the Globex VWAP and the RTH VWAP and the RTH mid. Then we have just the session prices, including the IB high and low, which are not even nearby here, but they kind of confuse people because of the naming. It's initial balance. What those two values really represent, there's one right there. That represents the high, and the IB low represents the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. And that's all. Let's look at the statistics open here. So the first thing we're going to do is, there are only two criteria to determine the open. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH close? Well, that's right there. lower than the close. How would that price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the high and the lows down below us. So it is lower in range. So I changed the title of the column to lower in range. Boop. And then I delete the statistics from yesterday, which I forgot to do yesterday, because we're going to put in new ones. All right. Where do the statistics come from? Very simple, right here. Yesterday we were lower in range. Conveniently, IRT will highlight the correct column, but only after we open. So we've just determined it's going to be lower in range. Now this system is real simple, like everything else I do with trading pretty much. It looks back at the most recent 1,692 days. Of these days, we opened lower in range, 499 of them. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight mid 83.0 times. Overnight mid 83.0. And that is just as complicated as it gets right there. Now I'm going to get these more than 5 points apart because that's kind of ridiculous. So now we're just going to go down the list. POC 81.2. Overnight volume point of control 81.2. Previous close 74.5. Nope. Didn't do that very well, did I? Overnight low is 66.3. The overnight high is 52.1. IB high is 69.7. Well, didn't we find that lurking around down here somewhere? There we go. Now, this is kind of silly because of the big gap, but 69.7 IB high, and I'm going to do that for sake of illustration. I put those initials there, and think about the definition of this level. The minute we open, this is going to disappear and go clear up to where price is now above there. So if we come down through here, I'm going to wonder what was at this price. And now I know. Simple, huh? Like I said, I try to do everything as simply as I possibly can. Let me look at the previous low. That's 53.7. Very suspicious. We'll never get there. You never know. If they get into those singles, we could get there before you can say don't. And why do I say we're going to do that? Well, those are low volume areas, single prices where we just went ripping through there based on something. In this case, it was based on news, and how accurate was that news, do you suppose? Value area low, 67.5. Well, while we're down here, let's throw that in there. Okay, that's pretty much got those statistics for now. And I'm going to do something else that I do every day at 8:30 or 8:20, pretty much. And that's called the TLab snap. And that is a hold on a minute here. That is this is why I stream my journal. Right there. Uh, uh, yeah, then maybe I don't need to do those levels anymore. So we'll see what happens here. But every day for the last few years, I've posted this snap at about 8:20 into a place called the Traders Lab. TLab, there you go. And it is a bookmap Discord chat room run by a guy named Tom B. Who, hey Antonio, bon dia. He is a professional trader who started trading back in the, I think 80. So he's got like 46 years experience. And a good, in my opinion, he's got a lot of good thoughts about risk management and trade management. And one refreshing part of the TLab, to my knowledge at least, you're never solicited for anything in there, which is pretty unusual these days, including in the Bookmap Discord chat rooms. I don't recommend any of the other ones. I haven't been to them, so how could I recommend them? Except for the TLab, and there's a good crew of people in there pretty much. Now, I will say, full disclosure, I have no clue if Tom trades live, if he's been trading 46 years or 4 years. I don't know. I have no proof of that. He doesn't call trades and he doesn't trade live. It's only a Discord site. And when he does do his little stream every day, it's all pretty much rearview mirror, which is good analysis. But, I mean, full disclosure, I can't say that I know that. And so I got to be honest, I think. But anyway, there you go. It's the Traders Lab to Bookmap Discord chat room, and every day I post the reports about 6, and then I post that chart in there about 8:20, and I do that as just out of respect and support for Tom. So there you go. Now let's get on to something that you might find important, which is being able to trade with Bookmap. The only way you can do that is to activate the trade control panel with that padlock. Select the method you will use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, your only place you can trade with your mouse is the chart active data column. You see how it's a $, and over here is a arrow at danger zone right here. If you choose DOME, the only places you can trade with your mouse are the DOME columns, and both is, guess it, both of them. Now, the first thing you want to do, I recommend, is make sure if you've got this turned on or have enabled it in at some point, it will automatically turn on all the time, I've noticed. And it will select the general thing, which I don't like. So this is my AMP account. So I just have to make sure I do that, because I was trying to find my AMP trades to see if this thing was working, and they weren't anywhere to be found. Okay. Next, I use the multi-brackets, which is where the risk-neutral methodology is applied. And this is, I recommend it heartily, especially in this high-risk, volatile environment. You need to remember that we are really risk managers. And your goal or your mission as a trader is to preserve your account and to grow it, obviously. And the only way you're going to do that is risk management, especially in this highly volatile, who the hell knows what environment that we're in now. So very definitely, this multi-brackets any trade I put on will have profit targets and stops. Okay. The minimum risk neutral package is a 2-lot because it has to be an even number, and you'll see why. There's the 2-lot. And then you establish the ticks stop loss for the entire package, and now is not the time to be figuring that out. The first criteria that I recommend you use here is your account risk parameters. I mean, if you're trading a prop firm, what's your daily drawdown? You know what I mean? That kind of thing. What's the instrument you're trading? What's the volatility of the instrument? Right now, we're in increased margins, day rate margins, because of the volatility, and they haven't come down in 2 days. Just FYI. Let's assume that that these are your numbers as well. The first take profit target is then automatic. It's for half of the package, and the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then the runner. And you can do any combination of all of those things that you want. Also, there's a feature that I use sometimes called Execution Pro, and what that does is you can set an automatic trailing stop or whatever else it is. So now, there's our package. We know that's correct. I have all of my metrics up here as listed here. You don't have to have this here. You can turn them off or on if you'd like. I prefer that they are, because I don't need the trade control panel tools anymore, so I can click the button. It will stay green because I've selected a way to trade with the mouse. And I get all the metrics, plus I get cancel and close. So I can now put on a trade with the mouse in either the active data column or the DOM, and be real careful of this column. If you accidentally click here for any reason, like you're going to move your price ladder, or you want to move a target or a stop, or you want to move a line, any reason you click in this column, not here or here, you've got an order or a trade on, whether you meant to or not. So I use it because I believe trading with Bookmap and the mouse is more accurate and faster. I mean, it's not faster than keyboarding, but it's accurate. I can keyboard in, I can hit the bid, I can lift the offer, I can do all those things, market or limit, but I can't only those only hit where price is currently trading. If I want to put a limit order down here, I can do that in the blink of an eye with the mouse. So there you go. Okay, we're going to open in about 2 minutes. I'm going to see what the hell happens. My expectation is we're going to get into the singles, but it keeps dancing around up here, and London was asleep at the wheel. They didn't do anything, and I'm real curious to see what's going to happen with these new it's pretty confusing looking right now, story here. So let's see what happened. And I am actually going to disable this right now because I don't want to accidentally key in while I'm watching, and I'll leave the control panel open. I think I remembered everything, Antonio. I don't know. Maybe not. I done one thing I didn't do. That. There's my setup there. Okay. Yeah, this is some pretty crazy. I cease to, I don't know. Every day it's more amazing. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm more amazed what craziness they say. And now this says we just reset. So for some reason, the computer thinks this is 8:30. So it's about more than 30 seconds ahead. Why Bookmap thinks that, I have no idea. But that's at least 45 seconds early on the resets. Goddamn if I know. I don't know. Boy, that's a struggle. It's so irritating. It's worked fine for years. Now all of a sudden I just battle with it constantly, and I'm sure you're sick of hearing about it. You're probably sick of hearing about it as I'm sick of saying it. I would imagine. So I'm going to change my session times now in IRT, which has got a huge lag going on. From full session to RTH only. And I do that to keep the session levels aligned. The session price, various session prices, specifically the value area and the developing value area. Excuse me. Anyway. Okay. So we've got the, these are the minis. There's our open market profile. Back here. Okay. I don't know. I am not sure what to do. So what I do in those situations is trade what I see, not what I think, and be real cautious. Not to allow myself to be influenced by my prejudice or my preconceived ideas or whatever you want to call them, you know. Let's see what's going on over here. Nothing. Okay, I don't believe this is sent to the chart. Oh, it is. Okay, there you go. We'll just leave it on this one. This is just the straight up opening range, not the fade. So essentially when it breaks out of the 15 minutes, it's going to drive on. This is on 2 minutes right now. Let's make it 5. Okay. I've been trying different things I bump into, and I just quickly code up a signal marker to see if any of this crap makes any sense. In a minute, we'll pull up the initial balance trades, which I have, you know, pretty thoroughly coded and back tested and vetted. But I got to get more, you know, I got to get more bullets in the gun or whatever euphemistic expression you want to use. Okay. Some of that responsive buying that I mentioned in the, you know, and was anticipating in the pre-market, looks like that's where we're going a little bit. Let's see if that rolls over and they come. I am fully expecting on these singles to get repaired, and this is pretty suspicious right here. These two overnights, right? Pretty crazy. One thing we better do first and foremost here is put Blue Boy on the job. Boom. Okay. Now that's, you know, nothing. Obviously, it's just a vertical line. The only reason I do that every day is to give myself a visual cue over here. If I can spot Blue Boy on the left, I know that I have the whole session in view, so I have a firm understanding of context, and that's real important to me. Hey, Anton. How's Boca? Well, there we go. We've tagged out the previous close, the overnight mid, the overnight VPOC. There you are. See how quick that works? Our levels are pretty much okay as far as initial balance high and low. Here we go for what I suspect is going to be the singles. Got a ways to go, though. They did tag a few of them out last night, and then they came back, zooming back up. I mean, I'm sure I'm not the most, the sharpest tool in the shed. And it was pretty obvious to me that there's no even remote chance this war's over or anything else. The Straits of Hormuz are still closed. I'm not sure. I guess the market was just really looking for something to react to yesterday. And that's not unusual. And that's why I often mention the unidentified critical risk environment that we experience a lot nowadays. And it's not political at all. As I was saying in the pre-market, our job really as traders is risk management. We are risk managers. Your prime objective is to protect and grow your account. And the only way you're going to do that is risk management. And in this environment, there's a huge potential for disruption to the auction, just like yesterday, And this will not be the first time that was just talk about fake news. The time that I used to use as an example, but I don't want to mess with the high profile chart. We had a tweet on Truth Social at 10 o'clock in the morning on Friday, and the market sold off 229 handles. Come to find out, China had not done what was reported, and nor did the response happen that was put forward in the tweet. So essentially, it was a nothing burger. But the market was really ready for something, and they took it down 229 handles. No problem. Trump could tweet whatever he wants and think whatever he wants. That's his job, I guess. But we have to be, if you were not in a bracketed order, server side, if you're live, that could have been the end of your trading career. And yesterday was similar experience, We were trading down here pretty much all day. And then right at the end of the day, this happened. And here you go. There goes that string of singles up. So you got to be risk aware. It's so volatile at this point now that my broker, at least, is AMP. They elevated the prices based on the war to 100% of maintenance, meaning then that, say, the NAT, if you're going to trade one MES contract, that you got to have $26,000 in your account. If you want to trade one NQ, you got to have 40,000 or margin call at the open of the ETH on Sunday night. Now again, the margins are up, not nearly that dramatic now, but they still haven't brought them back to normal. It's still double the typical daily margin. So instead of $400, it's $800 to trade a mini. Now with AMP, I'm just talking about AMP as an example. And if you're trading live, obviously you better know you better know. Cool. Yeah. Been kind of overcast and rainy over here. It's good for the ground, I guess. and the temperature to a bit. It's what is it? Something. There's 24C here, which is about 75 F at the moment. Let me see what else is going on here. I must have forgotten something. That existing home sales is out at the top of the hour, so that's the only essentially a 3-star event, news event today. Of course, rewind to my speech about random risk and unidentified risk. Risk is great. There's no problem at all, and that's what gives us volatility. That's why I pay attention to investing.com. Known for 30 years that non-farm payroll is going to be at 7:30 in the morning, the first Friday of every month, basically. And you can make a risk plan around that. If you have a way to trade that, you can trade it. If you don't have a good risk management plan, or if your risk management plan is to stay out of the market during that period, you can do that. What's killer about this environment we're in now is this out of no frickin' place comes some statement or something. And that's what can kill you. That's why you got to be real careful. I believe. My opinion only, strictly. Absolutely, and all that stuff. Well, we got our responsive buying up to the top of the value area, or that bump. Now remember that this is now previous RTH session yesterday, and here we are today. The overnight has been removed. So here's that string of singles. And volume, I didn't look at that lately here. Let's look. Yesterday, it's been elevated. It's been over 100%. It still is. This is looking back over 20 days. And look at the ATR up here. 8.5 points for a 1 minute bar, candle, stick, whatever. Wow, there we go. Bingity, bangity, boomdity. One more tick and they're in the singles. This is where they got yesterday. Right here we are today, and this is unrepaired. All the way down to 67.40, if I'm not mistaken. Don't think I am. 67.42. Okay, call me a liar. Yeah. I'm going to be restart IRT here at the top of the hour about. It seems to be working pretty well as far as resetting these lags back to zero for the rest of the trading days. probably forgot to do something, but I don't know what. 15 minutes till that existing home sales. I don't know what impact that might have on. I think all eyes are on this war story. And I see that Ag South was having the press conference or something this morning. Ag South, South, or however you pronounce it. Now the price ladder, or my levels here, are 1 point each, remember? So 4 ticks within each. You're not up to speed with futures. Blue boys over here, nervous. Crude obviously was, what the hell was that? Naked volume points of control, I guess. Crude is obviously all over the map. Was a $1.10, I guess, until that press release yesterday, and then it dropped down to 90, I think, or 80 or something. CL. I'm not sure Trump saying he's going to take over the Straits of Hormuz is going to be a good. I don't know. I don't think anybody really listens to that stuff, but there's a few people that must. I mean, come on. You know, it's not. I guess it'd be kind of like, Iran saying they're going to take over the Mississippi River. I mean, I don't think that's going to work out very good. Or Mississippi, Mexico's taking back Texas or something. I don't know. Just wondering. Just wondering. Okay, I'm gonna restart. Oh, damn. I didn't need to do that. Well, we're gonna do it anyway. So I guess if you were squinting your eyes, you could say that was a bar trade right there. That was a consolidation, breakout, retest, and down they go some more, I guess. Got to get some other vetted setups here. I think I mentioned this yesterday or the other day. I've been kind of, I'm pretty sure it was yesterday. Let me see how to say this exactly. So many, on YouTube in particular, so many suggestions about strategies with emphatic statements about win rates and profitability and blah, 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 And I keep thinking that one of them has got to be the truth. I haven't found that yet, unfortunately. If I tell you a real, very definite strategy that works every time, I'll make a video of it and put it on the internet just to say, here's one that's actually the truth, not just bullshit and bus tickets. That's be all the rest of them are. It's the craziest thing. And I've, some young gal and some old guy and all different kinds of stuff. It's like I'm thinking, I don't know. It's just funny to me, or crazy or whatever. And I realize the motivation is they're trying to get subs, and that's how they make their money is YouTube and all that. But you'd think that along the way somebody'd make a mistake and actually post something that worked, that can be verified and back tested to really work. Guess not. I guess if the YouTubers are taking their lead from the politicians, there's, why bother telling the truth, I guess. What was this? Some thing from you. Linsoft, what's this? Notification. I got a thing here. Just got I need to open this shit. How can I do that? I don't have any email stuff on my trading machine here. I just got an email from investing.com that, IRT. That in order to keep IRT 15 connected to the DTN servers, I need to update my holiday text, and they've sent me the fix. So be careful about that if you're using them. I don't know that either one of you guys are, man. I doubt if anybody else coming through here is, but I've been wondering about when they were going to update the current holiday text, because I've been maintaining my own for a while now. Oh, the problem is that I know what it is. The problem is the daylight savings hoop-de-doo, and I think I have mine up to date because I've been doing them myself. But I'll update that thing, so I'll figure out how to get a picture of that. Yeah, exactly. 100% winning. I love those. And of course, so many people, you can tell that they're saying it to try to get people that aren't aware of this win rate crap, right? It's meaningless unless you've got it tied to risk reward ratio or some sort of profitability. I can have a 195% win rate and lose my ass in 10 trades. You know what I mean? If your risk to reward's upside down, that's ridiculous. But all these, win rate is the big thing that everybody's beating the drum about so much. So yeah, disappointing. It's just kind of a observation. It's like, boy, that's weird. But I mean, I stand here minimum 7 hours every day on the stream, and I'm here a couple hours before the stream, and I'm here at least 2 hours or 3 afterwards every day. I guess if I spent a couple, 3 hours making a video and got paid for it, I'd be better off. I guess. Let me see what I've got going on here with this text file. Come on. Yeah, I had, this is the texted, this is the text, extra text holiday file, and I had already updated the daylight saving stuff, so that's why I'm not having these issues that they're talking about here. You get to the, in case you're trading this or interested, you get to that with functions, holiday, and that's the holiday override file. You can see where I started back here in sometime 01. 10, I mean, and here was 11. There you go. I happen to notice, this is kind of funny, I don't know whether you guys have noticed it, but the, whatever the thumbnail thing for this stream is, whenever I started that back in 2003, I guess, the ES is trading. It's, first of all, it's the ES M3 contract, and it's trading 46.24, I think it is, if I remember right. I thought that was kind of funny. I noticed that this morning. Here we go. Single time, boys and girls. Singles time. Get those naked volume points of control out of there and get back over here. And there's nothing magical about this whole signal story other than it's just a low volume area. And I guess we all kind of agree. Typically, they, yeah, exactly. And I mean, just typically general conventional wisdom is they usually get revisited or what referred to generally in the market profile parlance is repaired. So yeah. There you go. See if I can make a copy of this. Okay, 1 minute to the top of the hour. Let's see what that new home or existing home sales is all about. And they keep hammering it lower. So remember, 6742 is the bottom of the singles. Well, I think your sweat's probably eased a bit in the last couple of minutes, Anton. This is Something's really goofy here. There's some skullduggery going on between my machines and Rhythmic. I have the Rhythmic connection running in admin mode, and it resets or syncs this computer's clock every 2 minutes. I would think that'd be enough. But I'm just looking at the market profile over here in IRT, and it was printing the B, the second 30-minute profile, which would only started this morning. It only started at 9 o'clock. It was printing that before 9 o'clock on the computer clock. And that would explain this drama I'm having with the the volume profile and bookmap. Well, we're almost heading for that ETH low here. Wow. Girlfriend, what are you doing? Oh, bummer. Well, now I got to go find the statistic for the ETH. Oh, yeah. Overnight low. How low did you go? 49.1. And I don't know if I said it, but you guys know, but anybody knew. These are probabilities. These statistics are not certainly hard and fast lines in the sand or guaranteed targets or anything else. They're probabilities based on the based on the subset of data, 1,693 trading days, the most recent. We opened. This is wrong. We didn't open higher in range. Absolutely not. Did we? Did we jump up above the close? We sure as shit did. Look at there. What was I doing? Asleep at the wheel, that's for damn sure. Wow. I'm going to change the column now to higher. Good thing I did that. Now, what I'll do through the course of the day here, we're going to have that. This was the news for the existing home sales, but I am now going to thank you, IRT, for highlighting the correct open time. I will now go back through for the sake of the recording and the stream and change the values here for that I had put on the statistics. For example, the overnight volume point of control is 80.7 instead of 81.2, right? So I'll change those. And of course, it's after the fact. But this is a permanent record for me, right? And so I want to see what those values are. Football. Well, I'm glad I looked at that. I was, no, the hell I was looking at, but maybe I better go back to bed immediately. 69.8. Now, it's a big difference. You see the difference here, 74.5, and the previous close is 69.8. Quite a big difference when you jump from certain prices. Again, probabilities. Overnight mid 74.8 instead of 83.0. See there? Overnight low. How low can you go? 49.1. Okay. What else did I have? What else did I have wrong here? That ought to keep me out of trouble, I guess. Well, thank you, IRT. What happened over here? Are we rich with something here yet, or no? Nothing. Okay. Okay. Good for you. Yeah, that's the way to do them. I know it's, people call you a sissy or whatever. I like that risk neutral stuff, boy. Rod's going, well, I realized my entries were accurate enough. Now I got rid of that ridiculous risk neutral scale and all this kind of stuff. And that's, yeah, if you feel that way about your trading and you're good enough at it, so that you could, quite obviously, you make more money by having both targets, further away than risk neutral. But I'm pretty happy with that. That's great, Anton. If you don't mind me asking, what was your entry idea? And if you say I took the high of the IB high, I'm going to be pissed and never speak to you again. I've been thinking about stuff like that. It's like, just what's the difference? Just look at it from a point of view of an asymmetrical trade and just throw one on at that, at that high, swing high when it comes back up to test and put it right above the high and then see what the hell happens. There is a whole school of thought out there of people that say you don't really need to worry about your entry, just manage the trade. It's a risk management afterward, trade management. And I find it hard to believe that, but I guess maybe it's true. And here we go. Kokomo Joe. I guess I can put on my I guess I can try to keep my thing up to date here and wow, home sales are good. Interesting. Previous was 4.02, forecast was 3.89, and we got 4.09. Ooh, there you go. So they say. Well, they're into them, but they're not eating them alive, so that's a little bit curious. Start thinking about the initial balance trades now. So the okay. They're going to push that that low down to the overnight low here pretty quick. Okay, I'm going to get back over to this. Oh, have a fractal, shall we? Oh, maybe not. Okay. There's the pop, that string of singles up, and here we are today. Yesterday, today. This chart is strictly for my visual reference. It doesn't have anything to do with the trading system, except that these custom indicators I built up here accurately reflect the zones and the levels used by the system, so that I can try to see what's happening when and where I think it should. And notice that there's no levels over here yet because it's not 9:30. So let's throw that trading system on here. You can see there was a couple iterations there. If I was good, like, part-time Larry or one of those guys that's good coders that can just flap stuff out there in a couple of seconds and have it back tested, it would be such a pleasure. I'm not that guy. It takes me a long time to figure out how to get all the code working the way I think it should be. There are the rules for the opening, the initial balance trades, of which there are 4. There are 2 for the high and 2 for the low. There's a continuation and a failure, and a failure and a continuation, period. These are the rules that I worked out for that, and the setup based on back testing is 12, 12, 48. And when price reaches T1, it scrolls trails stop to entry. And we don't have any ATR stops, 30 fractals, and the moving average thing has been I've disabled them because that seemed like that volume moving average seemed like it was screwing me up. So that's the system as it is. It's saved. Now, what I will do at this point is send this to the chart. Okay, and I'm going to disable those 2 lines because it just draws lines all over every place. So if the system detects, if these rules evaluate to a trade, it'll be plotted over here. I want to be real clear about this now in the sake of transparency. All of this is going to happen inside the IRT simulated environment. None of this will push out to AMP and my live account because I'm not confident enough in my ability to take the next step with the coding story here, because it's quite complicated. Backtesting is no problem, but when you're going outside live, okay, you send an order out to the broker acknowledges the order, and the exchange acknowledges the order, and then the exchange says when the order was filled and at what price, and it responds back through the broker and back to you, and then your system has got to record all of that. And my stops and targets and everything are based on entry price a lot. I mean, definitely. So I am not completely confident that I know how to handle all of that particular flow. And they specifically, there's a couple of places in IRT help section that specifically say, be real careful about that. And IRT is not necessarily designed to be an algorithmic trading outfit. So there we go. Let's see what happens. Anyway, so now this system is, as I said, no problem with backtesting, and this is the vetted system, and it's here. So let's see what the hell happens. What I've been doing in order to vet the trades live, when I have a signal here and a trade, then I replicate it in Bookmap. In other words, if for some reason we took an IB failure from this low, and this is just an hypothetical example right now. Say it was past 9:30 and we came down here, and for whatever reason I have a signal and it's a mean reversion back, in other words an IB failure, I would enter that over here and then we'll see how it played out. That's the idea. So there you go. We'll see. There's a big consolidation between 9:35 and 9:41. We broke down and I took short on retest at 90. Okay, I'll look here in a second. Let's see now. Where's the best place to look for something like that? Probably right over here. Oh, Eastern Standard. So right at the open. Oh, okay. Yeah. Remember, my times down here are central. So okay. And so you broke down and retest back up here. Great. That's super. If you're looking at, I guess I was looking at Bookmap that whole time. Sorry. When I was reading your post, I was looking over here, but oops. So here's there's 9:35-ish consolidation here, I think is what you're talking about. 41. I don't know. Yeah, to about there. Breakdown and retest. Yeah, that's a bar trade. That's what I think. I think that is the main thing that Harry and all of those guys are talking about when they talk about a bar trade. I think I might have even mentioned it. This is a consolidation. Fractal right there. Breakout, retest. My question has always been, okay, so what if it breaks out this way and this way? How do you know? Do you know to go short? Do you always go in the direction of the breakout? And sometimes no. It's got to do with with the context of the market, as I understand it so far. I had a sort of scheduled thing with to talk about it live with Jorgensen over the weekend, but then he got busy working, and when he came back to see if I was still interested, it was 4 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, and I was out for my 10-mile story. So I didn't get the chance to do it, but I'm definitely going to try to hold him to it. Great. That's wonderful. Yeah, those singles have been calling to me too. I actually said something in Static last night about that. I wonder. We got that string of singles below us, and Rod said, "You mean tonight?" And I said, "Well, yeah, I think it's going to tonight or by the end of this week. I'm pretty sure they're going to repair all those singles. They usually always do, and who the hell knows? What do I know?" Right now, we've gotten through about half of them. So, or did we get 65? We got to get to 42, and then they've repaired them, or whatever you call it. Revisited them, I guess. Okay, so the initial balance trade, for those of you who are just in the stream and wondering what the hell I'm talking about. The initial balance statistic, remember, is not a thing until 9:30, and it's not 9:30 yet. The initial balance low and high are just old market profile vernacular for the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Who came up with initial balance? I have no idea. But that's where it comes from. But really, that's the high and the low of the first 1 hour. Now, there is a very well understood long time statistic associated with these two levels, and that can be seen right here. In all four statistical open types, it is the most probable statistic every day, no matter how far back you go. And it's real simple. Today, there is a 97.3% probability that at some point between 9:09:30 Central Standard Time and 1600 Central Standard Time, price will revisit either the IB high or the IB low. Period. What's that mean? That means there's a 2.7% probability we won't visit either one. It's not 100%, but it's by far the highest probability in all four open types. So that, in my case, is the first rule for my initial balance trade, right? It's the first statistic, so that's how I do it. And that is the initial balance statistic. Now, the rules in my setup here are a little bit more granular than that, because I'll talk about it if and when it happens, but the statistic itself just says that it will be revisited. Doesn't mean if it's in any kind of order with price or how far it penetrates it or not. Doesn't say any of that stuff. The statistic is simply touch that price again. And, here we go. Back to the back. And I can't emphasize enough well, we're kind of in the middle of no man's land now, so it's probably not too dangerous, but my experience has been bad when I tried to trade in anticipation of this statistic. In other words, we've tested here, we've tested here, we've tested here. Boy, we're going to get this IB low. I just know we are. It's only 5 minutes. Well, it hasn't been taken out yet, so don't trade in anticipation of it. I try to say that every day, just to kind of, it's so easy for people to get impatient, and FOMO starts, monkey boy starts jumping around, and fear of missing out, chasing, all that kind of stuff, and it's not proven to be a good idea for me. And one thing about this journal, okay, so everything here is visual, and it's captured in the stream, right? The only way I get what I'm thinking at the moment into the stream and the recording in my journal is this narration, or my voiceover, or whatever you want to call it. So that's the idea. Yeah, context for me is down also. Anton. Until it's not, I guess, huh? But if you look at the, that's why Blue Boy, I have Blue Boy over here, and Antonio remembers very well, I used to only use the VPOC migration flags here in this column. But I wasn't clever enough in the beginning to number them and it would just do this, right? But if I'd have put a number by them, a sequential number, at least I would have known what happened first, but I didn't do that. The idea was I'd see where the VPOC had been. Well, it struck me that maybe it was a better idea to use Blue Boy and just keep a visual awareness of the entire context. When, you know, when it comes time to anticipate a trade and the setup starts to happen, should that be the case, you can zoom in as tight as you want to get, but through the day, seems to be working out for me. Not that I'm any kind of a raving success here, but at least it's, I feel like I have a certain grip on context. And it looks like the tanker's turning, or did somebody say, did we win another war? Or I don't know what. Did we bomb somebody else or what? I don't know what to think. Let's see if I can do this now. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Oh, there was that. I guess I could. Ooh. This is that notice from MyRT about the date thing and ETN servers for the sake of the stream. Wow, this is disappointing. Come on. I want everybody out the damn window here. What's the story? Well, our old friend, the initial balance statistic, is going to be in action in about 30 seconds. Which is it going to be? The high now? Ooh. Yeah, I don't zoom in and out on Bookmap either. That's why I went to the Blue Boy thing, because I was started doing that. My initial idea here with Bookmap was to keep everything I thought I needed to trade here on the hard right edge, right? And I didn't want to be zooming in and out either, so that's why I went with Blue Boy. Now it's 9:30, and you see that the session or the IB continuation and pullback zone and trigger zones have now pushed across the Bookmap. And if you peek over here, you'll see that they've started plotting over here now. Well, they will if I get this stupid goddamn thing to update. They're here. So we're looking at the IB high. Well, you know, go figure. I'm not sure what VWAPs got into them, but that's got to be full session, huh? That can't be possible. Really? How the hell can that be like that? That doesn't look right, does it? To anybody else? That's pretty unusual. It looks like it just started calculating, and that's complete bullshit, because here is the full session. Here's the RTH session, and there's VWAP, RTH VWAP. What this noise is all about, I have no idea, but I'm afraid what it's about is that it has done that anchored VWAP crap by me just, you know, accidentally clicking someplace. It does. Let's see if that's what that is. Huh. That's just freaking stupid. There's no way that should be there. This is VWAP. Let's see what's happened over here. We're going to take this IB higher pretty quick. I would be really hard pressed to take a long, to be absolutely honest about it. My mental state is that this is not a long market, but you know, trade what you see, not what you think, I guess is the old adage, isn't it? Put these on both. Shut that off. Now it's hot, right? So it can trade. Now I'll try to figure out what has gone wrong with VWAP. RTH VWAP, start there. What else happened? See how dangerous that is? When I pulled that down here, that was right along this column. If I accidentally missed this window and clicked over there, I was in a trade. That's really not good. Well, that's okay. That's okay. Is it doing another line down here, or something weird going on? No. Anchor points? No. Today, 1700. Why is that doing that? I've only got 2 of them. That should be correct. I can't begin to tell you why it's done that. Irritating. So irritating. Well, we've got an A out. We've taken the initial balance high. There's the A signal. And then we need a B, which is the pullback or the continuation, and then we need a trigger, which is the Bob's your uncle deal. According to this, we've got one. According to that flag right there. And yeah, it would be. I hate this idea of take a trade when it's signaled, even if it's going the direction I don't think it ought to go. But you know, here I am getting spanked right now by not taking as long. Is this something happening here? Is there some freaking reason this is going? Did somebody say something? I mean, it sure as hell wasn't existing home sales. Well, I should have done. There's a classic case of me not taking a signal trade. However, the system has not either. So, yeah. That's been one of the problems with my rate and my account losses in a row, I think, is jumping the gun on taking a signal trade by actually taking a trade over here, you know, a live one, and then look back on the other side and there's no, the system's not in one, and I'm going, oh, wait a minute, oops. And I'm not sure how to do that. I'm not sure a way around that. Just forget about all this crap and trade like normal, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Well, here's a long trade that I picked up off of some dillweed on the internet, on YouTube. So basically it's a opening range. There's the breakout bar, closes above the higher the low. And the trigger is when the bar opens and closes above, but wicks below into the zone again. That would be considered a long. Now, obviously, this can't be correct because the damn thing hasn't closed yet. So I don't have that one right. Just stuff I do with these signal markers. And I'm still trying to figure out what the hell happened to VWAP. God damn, there's always something. Let's turn the damn thing off. There you go. Now it's going to recalculate. Oops, now it's going to recalculate. Get away from that column. The danger zone. Well, see, it's ripping. Rippity dippity doo. It's still doing that thing. I don't know what that's about, but I'm going to have to delete it, I guess, and start over. Son of a bitch. And that's worked fine for years. And of course, this. Well, let's see something here. Well, let's just change this to what the hell are we today? 10 March, 10/3. Yeah. I don't know which way to go about it. 10/3/26. 26. Oh, whoa. 26. Then 03. I think that's the way it goes. I think they do it months. Whatchamadincus? Let's see. I might have made a mistake there too. I think you gotta save the damn thing. Maybe not. Blowback seems to be fine. This has been fine for weeks. Now all of a sudden it doesn't want to be fine anymore. Yeah, we'll see. All right, it's just another brick in the wall, right? Yeah, me too. It looks to me like just irrational exuberance, if you remember Greenspan. And I'm sure you do. Yeah. And here we are. Previous RTH high. So I'm sure glad it didn't take that long. However, it neither did the system, so I guess I am correct. This is a real close call right here, but this is what I would be looking at. The problem is all in the same candle. That's the problem with Bookmap. The way I've written these rules, it's got to do with close and previous and the high and low of 1 minute bars, right? The only way I can do that and have it actually kind of make sense to me in terms of the deal is to look at these, do it like this. Now, let me make sure something else first. Let me make sure these are 1 minute candles. Yep, okay. So, and this candle represents this data, right? So here we have now this wouldn't be a proper one. We didn't really get a signal. That's exactly why. We didn't get the trigger. That's exactly why. That's why the system hadn't taken it. As the trigger is defined, and I try to hold to the principle of you never change your trade plan during the live session. Yeah, Greenspan. Back in the days before all of this highfalutin technology, I remember when CNBC was kind of the only thing you could look at, and that was, Maria Bartiromo and Larry Kudrow and those idiots who are now all Fox people. But the big thing when Greenspan would be coming to testify to Congress is they had an indicator they called the briefcase indicator. How thick his briefcase was, somehow or another, somebody had figured out, Kramer or somebody had figured out that meant something, They talk about the thickness of his briefcase. I guess maybe just for lack of anything to say, but it was pretty funny. Pretty funny. So now what are we going to do? So is this, pick the top and short the hell out of it? Or I don't know. I hate to, I don't ever do that usually. I should say, don't ever do that. I think about it every time. But in a case like this, I don't know why this thing's going up. I got no clue. And I also don't know whatever happened to my VWAP that was supposed to be calculating, and where did that go? Yeah, that VWAP. I was busy bitching about something. I had to stop and think about what I was bitching about the last time. I guess I got these backwards. This must be 03 and 10, I guess. What the hell is going on? Okay, if you're going to be that way, you son of a bitch. 20, 26, 03. Yeah. See what that does. See if that does something. I always get the dates backwards. I'm used to the day, month, and the year. And that doesn't work. They got that Energizer Bunny deal going on, don't they? And there we go. I guess. No, we don't go. This is crap too. Yeah, I give up. Should be down here. Why this is happening, I have no idea. But Jesus. I'm going to take it off because as far as I'm concerned, it is distraction and bad data. God damn, boy, I'm telling you. This is pretty crazy. You know, this stuff works. This is like the volume profile resetting. Works for years and all of a sudden goes AWOL on me and I'm not sure why. Other than just, to piss me off. This is not right. Here's VWAP for this session. guess I'll just nuke the thing and start over. There we go. Now, go screw yourself. I'm telling you, trade evade. Oh, really? I had not heard the Pal's tie thing. But I don't, nothing surprises me. Look at him go. Talk about, yeah, well, I hope you're long, Antonio, or somebody. Hey, Antonio, I did a little poking around. The Top Step brokerage is in fact an introducing broker to Plus 500. And apparently what they're going to do is, you know, if you, your unwithdrawn profits in your live funded, or funded, whatever you call it, express funded account, can be used to fund the live account at the brokerage, is what I heard somebody talking about. I haven't sent my email to them about those accounts, if they're going to reactivate them or not. That would be super, actually. Hate to have lost all that money for nothing, you know, considering everything on my side was completely correct and above board. No resets, no, you know, rule broken consistency, all that stuff, and all of them were in the 2,500 range for 3,000 profit target. So it was like one or two more trades, and there should have been all in the express funded. It's pretty disappointing. Pretty disappointing. Okay, you guys get ready to make a bunch of money. I'm going to go refill my water bottle. Well, it looks to me like that's what I get for having an opinion, huh? That's what I get for having an opinion. So what this is a squeeze, right? That's obviously what they're up to, is for whatever reason, I don't know, but I guess they figured everybody was looking for a short, so they're gonna squeeze them, I guess. Or they're just getting a bunch more people long, and then they're gonna hammer the bejesus out of them. I don't know, but there's no question about what they're doing here. That doesn't look like to me, anyway. Look at us up here. Here we are. Freaking ridiculous. Yeah, well, they just cruised by a naked POC at 50 at from the 5th. What else we got going on up here? Some more. Yeah, we've got a MCVPOC way up here that never got tagged out, and then we've got this one from the 4th. Yeah, we got levels above us. There's no question about it, but why, you know? Let's run the price of oil up and start a couple wars, and that's going to help the economy. I guess maybe it is. I don't know. I guess maybe I'm just completely out of touch. Maybe I need to get a red ball cap on and get the strap real tight, and it'll make sense. I guess. I mean, we're not, going anywhere astronomical. Let's see what the naked volume points of control are. We did just tag out that one, and then we got another couple up here at the VPOC, which has been lurking around up here for a long time. Am I on the right? Yeah, I am. And boy, am I glad I didn't take the long. Huh? Yeah, what's happening over here? Same story. Well, that would have been this would have been a great one, actually. This would have been an absolute winner on this guy's suggested thing to do over here. Got it from somewhere, I don't even know, but that was a signal for a long, and supposedly the idea is you take it at the close, I guess, and then there you are. Bob's your uncle, 46 to 58. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's two targets. This system doesn't do that because I got tired of trying to code this stuff all up and then run a back test and see if it made sense, blah blah blah. I'm just going to do the signal markers and see if it's just completely ridiculous or not. because it takes me so long. And then I run the back test, and it's, over 500 days, it's got a negative $500 P&L. It's kind of a waste of a whole lot of time. Well, there you go. The squeeze has been squoze. Where'd Blue Boy go? You lazy devil, get over here. So what happened? They looked down and now they're up? I guess so. The tanker turned. So if you're a rearview mirror guy, you got short right there and long right here, and boy oh boy. You could make a case for this right here, Long, no question. And that would be pretty snazzy. These is 50 handles. More. 60 handles up off of here. Without so much as a hiccup, I don't think, is there? Or is there? Here was a hiccup, I guess. Or another get on point, however you want to look at it. Breakout and retest. This could have been a bar trade, I guess. That's the problem with those things, and as with everything else, for me, it's all so clear in the hindsight. Rearview mirror. You just got to figure out how to get paid for all those rearview mirror ideas. And I guess the way you do that is you put a bunch of videos and get paid for the subs and the advertising, and because that's essentially what they, or at least the ones I've noticed. I've never seen anybody trade them live. It's all rearview mirror. I'm sure there's somebody that is. I just don't ever seem to bump into them or find them or whatever else. And I would love to. I would really appreciate even TLab, if Tom would trade live an hour a day, for example. When I first got around the TLab, it's before he started all this organized thing, that they have now. He would live. I guess it was live stream, live stream. And for like 4 hours. And a lot of it was on the current market, or the actual live market. But it would be great. I would love to hear that he was doing that, and I would go check it out for sure. But as it is now, it's like, I finding people to do that in the live real-time thing, and it seems like anybody that does that wants to get paid for it. I guess. Maybe it's just, maybe it's impossible. Yeah, there's a high volume node there, whatever that means. On my those high volume, low volume node things are so arbitrary. Ah, there we go. At least got the VWAP working. Created a new one. Don't ask me why I needed to do that, but these high and low volume nodes are so arbitrary because they are based on how I draw the micro composite and how anybody else does it. So if I draw mine different than Tom or Harry or whoever the hell else it is, those are all different. So once again, you know, it's all subjective unless you start from the basics and everybody's on the same page, I think. Rod and those guys are real big on high volume node and those whatnot, but it's based on how you draw the micro composite. I know actually. Now why that? Oh wait a minute, I know something I'm going to do here for damn sure to save that. See what this looks like. This is always fun to do. What's going on? Okay. Okay, there we go. 1 minute candlestick book map. Sometimes I think that last price all over, and some of these folks that have all the colors and, you know, bid, ask, and last and all that, I can't even figure out where price is going. Boom. In reality, this is not a trigger. So, yeah. There you go. Trade the balls. I've got the ball. Call the ball. Negative delta will act as support. 23s right here, huh? This negative delta you're talking about? I would have thought sell delta, well, that is a POC from some time ago. I would have thought sell delta would mean down. But then, well, this boy, this thing here would have been a moneymaker. But, you know, one day out of how many? That's the problem. That's the problem, isn't it? This trade, this setup, I've at least vetted extensively. These are all back tests of just the micros. So, and you know, gotta stop that because the damn thing keeps twirling around all the time. Extreme fear, well, almost extreme fear, and they're through the roof, you know. Go figure. All this Iran stuff, what's going on here? There goes the price of oil some more. Treasuries are falling down. This would not be a good position to be in right here. This is the first problem I thought about when when we're somebody, I don't know who it was bragging about how we'd been smuggling weapons into northwestern Iran so that the Kurds would take up the thing on the ground. They just threw those Kurds under the bus like lambs to the slaughter. I think that's just was amazing to me when I first heard that. It's the first reaction I had. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you're right. At the level, it's bouncing, and there's support, and up she goes, and there was support over here when it started. Absolutely. One of the things that I've looked at is when there's a big delta like here, and price didn't go down. They're not getting paid, so are they selling to take profit? because that's the same thing, isn't it? If they're selling, if these guys that got long down here and they're selling out up here, that's negative. That's selling delta, but they could be just taking profit, I guess. It's kind of hard for me to see how in the hell there can be delta, because as we know in futures, it's impossible to have an imbalance of sellers and buyers. Every contract requires one of each. So in theory, how in the shit can there be an imbalance? I don't know. So you buy the dips and sell the rips? That's it. Don't seem to have... Something seems to be wrong with the stream here. I don't know what. What's it, drop frames? It says 397 drop frames. I didn't know it usually ever did that. Now there's no current or consecutive views. I think that's weird. Oh well. Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, the resting limit's very good. I didn't think about that. Yeah, the aggressor. Delta's the aggressor, right? So that's buyers lifting the ask. Or the other way around. Offers hitting the bid, right? I guess. Right to that ETH high. Overnight mid flip. I would expect that this is gonna, well, both sides actually. I was gonna say it's got a flat top, right? So it, generally when I look at the profile and it's that way, I expect it to get more of a taper, but not that that what I expect means anything to anybody, but me. What's going on here? There we go. Well, okay, good luck. Where's Antonio? There's his VWAP. Gift. Okay. Yeah, those are the same thoughts I have, Anton. And why, you know? Even that move yesterday, based on nothing. It's crazy. Or nothing as I understand it anyway. I'm always so tempted to go the other way because these VPOC migration, because it's I've gotten bitch slapped so many times going in the direction. It's like, you know, whatever that old, you know, well, just whichever way you're thinking to trade, go the opposite way, and you're probably going to be profitable. That theory. And if you're short, good for you. You're doing real well so far. I'm really trying to stick to my guns about only trading vetted trades, but I only have those. The only real trades I have vetted, actually, are the initial balance trades. And I'm just standing here, you know, dying on the vine watching. So I got to do something. That's why I'm doing all this searching around or thinking about what else I can do. I got to come up with some other alternate strategies for the playbook. Something that isn't so constrained, you know. That's why I'm trying to develop this or look into this bar thing. Because these guys, static guys, are making money hand over fist. And I have no idea if they're trading live or, I mean, what accounts. Rod is trading live his own account, doing extremely well, you know, building a house and a bunch of stuff. Harry does quite well. I believe he's trading a funded prop thing or a prop thing, I think. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about any of them. I know that Lefty was trading had gotten finally past his prop challenge and then was getting real bummed out about it wasn't going his way. So I'm assuming he's still involved in the prop thing. And your short looks like it's working out great. Oh, well, there you go. There you go. And that's, you know, I look at that test up there to the highs and think that's a short, but I don't have any. My old discretionary self would have done that for sure. But I've been trying to stick to this methodology, like I said, of vetted trades. And then I guess that's what kind of disappoints me about the TLab is even Tom, his mantra is the vetted trade story, and I've never seen anything that I consider to be a verified vetted trades. So it's like, okay, you know, it's kind of disappointing. I do believe that probabilities and the law of large numbers are the correct way to approach the market. And so what I'm defaulting to is that I just need to get more vetted setups. But this has to happen quickly. I can't afford to just stand around here not getting anywhere. Go. How many trades a day do you average, Anton? Or in my business, but curious. Oh, okay. Thanks. Have you ever based any of your trades around that VPOC migration? Or, just out of curiosity? I personally never figured out a way to obviously, where the yellow brick road goes, who can miss that? But it's that qualifying parameters that I've never been able to get squared around. So I think if you had to, this would be a bar trade or a bar right here. Breakout, retest. But again, I don't know the nuance of which way you're going to go with it. And with all this VPOC floating around up here, my old school don't diddle in the middle conditioning comes back to haunt me. I guess that answered my question. The breakout and retest means the upside, I guess. Yeah. Cool. Thanks. Appreciate it. it's nice to get, you know, feedback and conversation with somebody that's really trading. So there we go. Are we getting profit? Are they getting paid? Ooh, is it another short? Ooh. Picking the top. That's maybe not the right idea. On the other hand, going short in the hole, you know, there's so many things about, you can pick a saying out for trading for any situation you're in trading, you know. Don't trade breakouts, you know. Don't go short in the hole. All of them. Buy strength. That's the other way around. Sell weakness, you know. Never did me either. Mean reversion to naked volume point of control. What? Where the hell is he seeing this? Mean reversion to naked volume point of control. Looking at something Lefty posted in Statistic. I was looking to see if Jorgensen had wanted to talk about the bar trades at any point. I don't see him around. He's probably working again. I think when Harry's around, Jorgensen's probably working. They are they're EMTs in Canada, and from the looks of it, out in the middle of the sticks. Both working out of the same. Thanks, man. Both working out of the same station or whatever they call it. Pretty cool. Lefty saying mean reversion to naked volume point of control. Okay. Does he mean this long up to here? Boy, that would be a beauty. I hope so, for his sake. That's great. That'd make him happy. I'll go piss up a rope. Nap. I'm not pleased with you at this moment. I'm having to rebuild my VWAP and whatever the hell else. Yeah, they keep banging that top, don't they? And again, there's always so many sayings. How many times can you go to the well, beat on the bottom of a bucket long enough, you're going to knock a hole in it? You know, I mean, there's... I've been hearing them for years. I guess that's probably the problem. You know that young guy that young British Indian fellow that basically caused the flash crash? It's like a savant, kind of a trading guy, from his bedroom upstairs in his parents' house. He was apparently did work at a desk at some point, and he went down to like Home Depot, got himself a pair of ear defenders so that he wouldn't hear anybody else or be distracted by anything else. So the story goes. It was a pretty interesting thing I saw about her, saw or heard or whatever about it. It was special, I think, on PBS or something, or maybe it was CNBC, and I don't remember his name. And had gotten his private account to some ridiculous thing like $500,000 a day he was making, or some shit like that. Like, whoa. Okay. That's pretty incredible. Yeah, he was arrested, but then he came over and really had done nothing. They arrested him on, I mean, the charges were basically spoofing. But it's so ridiculous. I mean, it's what market makers have been doing for years. And how are you going to say spoofing? You know, I changed my mind. Just like now. But yeah, he came over here and gave a bunch of advice to the, I don't know, CNN or, you know, CME or something like that. And he's okay. I think he got out of it essentially without any kind of jail time or anything. You like can't trade for 5 years or something. I don't know. But yeah, they did figure out who it was. $19 years old or something, I think. Well, this is looking like, here go those holes. Now we're beating holes in the bucket, I guess, up here. Well, this is definitely some consolidation going on up here. It's not a zipper per Murad, but it's pretty consolidated. I guess there's a little zipper right there, actually. I just thought that was a funny euphemism, or I mean analogy, and it does look exactly like a zipper. He had it spot on. The deceptive thing that always gets me about bars and candles is, you know, I'm sure it's just me, but I look at these bars and I think, well, that's got to be, you know, I would expect the POC to be somewhere in the middle, having nothing to do with anything, right? The POC is way up here at the top because it's got nothing to do with volume or trades. Just a problem on my end. still pretty high in the ATR world. No, I lost my ass, and I mean in a big way, in 911. I'd come back from Africa and was trading equities, and I had a real bad taste in my mouth ever since. I just don't have any use for the specialists and, you know, people seeing the book and you can't see it. But I realize that's stupid, you know, that's a prejudice I've got. But yeah, no, I don't. No, I don't. And a lot of these people that you see, like this guy the old guy I told you about that I was listening to that had that one thing this is one of his, something he had cooked up over here. He's talking about equities. He's talking about Tesla and something else, you know, a couple other things. I don't usually ever interact with those guys in their videos, but I actually asked him if he ever did any of his stuff to do with futures, specifically the ES, and or if he ever traded live, because it's another one of those rearview mirror deals. And I haven't traded equities since then. Yeah. And like insider trading, you know, Trump posts the non-farm payroll numbers, whatever month that was, a few back, and you know, 20 minutes or something early, and the market went crazy, and somebody asked him what would he thought he was doing. He said, oh, well, they gave me the numbers, so I post them. Nobody says shit. It's like, okay. I can promise you what would happen if I got a hold of something like that and did it. You know, that's that two-sided coin thing. Is what's good for the goose is definitely not good for the gander a lot. I suppose that's one of the major problems we have nowadays. I mean, we don't, either one of us or any of us, I think, trade VPOC migrations, but this is one of the thoughts I've always had about it. At what point does a VPOC migration turn into diddling in the middle? I don't trade it or worry about it or have tried to figure it out enough to care about that part of it, but I still don't have the nuance of how to, what to use for the parameters to validate an entry, so why bother with the other stuff? Mom is calling me here, so I'm going to have to go see what she's up to. Yeah. Well, I was caught, you know, with my pick a body part in my hand. Of course, as you well remember, they shut the markets down, and then when they opened back up, the pattern day trading rule was put in effect, and nobody could short or do anything. Yeah, 25 grand. I had lost about 100 grand, which is what the money I had brought with me from Africa to, you know, I'm going to be a trader the rest of my life. And there I sat and went, oh, this is not good, and didn't know anything about futures. The only thing I'd ever been involved in, and it was, I'm not saying it's the market's fault. I didn't know my ass from third base. And it was like if you remember those days, the trading sites and stuff was like you were trading at a professional level. Probably, I was not. I was basically day trading, and it was that cyber trader or something like that. It was like a goddamn pinball machine. you know, my own. Absolutely, I take full responsibility for my own problem, but yeah, it's put a bad taste in my mouth. That's for sure. Then I dropped down to an account with the Interactive Broker because it was the cheapest way to go, and I couldn't get it back. And then they came with the pattern rules, and I didn't have the extra. I didn't have the money to get over the 25 grand, and there was no way around it in those days. Yeah, now in this case, Rod has got a deal where he's got some statistics where when VPOC migrates outside of the IB high or low by I think 5 points, I forget what the hell is. I can look around and maybe I can find what that stat is, but he's got some stat about it. But again, his stats are not, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with him, and he's very successful. I'm not specific like a vetted trade, as I understand a vetted trade. His stats are, 80% or 50%, let's say 60% of the time, if you go in the direction of, and this is just a hypothetical example. If the VPOC migrates a minimum of 5 points outside of the IB high or low, and you go with that in that same direction, there's a 75% chance you'll get to whatever, T1 and T2 or something like that. Nothing specific like I have on my initial balance trades where this is the rule 1 and this is rule 2 and this is the trigger, and none of that crap do they use, and they're successful and having fun, and I'm sweating bullets and getting old. So yeah, I'm going to slide out and see what the boss has to say before I'm in big trouble. I can't piss her off, or that's worse than going broke there. Yeah, well, maybe. Back to this consolidation over here. This little fractal right here. Breakout retest. Like everything else, you know. Once you pick out something like that, you see the damn thing everywhere. Thinking about the stocks back there when we traded around 911, like Rambus and all those flyers, you know. Cisco, Rambus, hell, some of them probably not even around anymore. Looks like we've got a press conference now at 1300. That's a new one. Yeah, well, I'm going to focus on coming up with a setup. See, there's one today that works good. Now look at all these here where you got your ass kicked. That's the problem. isn't it? That's the problem. That's why just coming up with an idea like this for me, the first thing comes to my mind is I've got to get this somewhere, some way. I have to get this organized so that I can backtest it. Otherwise, I'm too susceptible to ooh, shiny, look here, you know. Like today. If you look at this thing here with the T and the B and all that stuff today, it looks like a wonderful idea. But you go back test and see what it really looks like. That's what I have to figure out how to do and how to do quickly. Because I'm tired of standing around here about this opening range trade all the time. Or initial balance, I mean. Sorry. Or maybe come up with a hybrid plan, you know, when the initial balance trades or something are, as I'm developing a new vetted systems, continue to do discretionary stuff. In the meantime, maybe, I don't know if that even makes sense, or that's just purely monkey boy rationalization there, I don't know. It keeps popping in and out. The views and stuff keep popping off and on. I don't know what the hell's going on over there either. Drop frames remains the same. I don't usually ever see them. I don't know what's up with that either. Maybe the internet is just toast. Yeah, me too. I have what I used to refer to here in the stream as the range requirement, right? Or meat on the bone, remember? If there's not an unobstructed path to my first risk neutral scale, then it's not valid, and that would be a for example here, right? A major level like the VPOC being the most major of them all. Looks like my internet's having all kinds of issues. I'm seeing crap flash on Bookmap and drop frames on OBS and irrational stupidity happening in the market, and so we have a P-shaped profile growing on us here. That's indicative of short covering, huh? That's interesting. Well, yeah, that next little fractal to the bottom side there, about head of the VWAP, I guess. Yeah, this is annoying. I'm going to step away. Keep your powder dry. Back in a bit. Now we got the full session VWAP doing the deal over here. POC, sorry. There's euphoria afoot, that's for damn sure. Let's see now. What's happening now? They can't seem to get through those singles, can they? Yeah, thanks, Antonio. Just feeling like crap there. I laid down for a while. Gotta quickly run out here for an errand. Market's not tradable for me anyway, but so hopefully I'll be back before 3. If I'm not, thanks for stopping by, and I'll do the wind up and stuff when I am back. Otherwise, every morning at 0800 pre-market and the entire day. All right, so where are we here now? Still bobbling along. Essentially right on open, and which means basically then we've gone exactly no place all day. That's called speculation, boys and girls. There's the open. And there we were a minute ago, right at the open, and now we're just a little bit above it. So typically I do the back test review and stuff like that, but there's really nothing to talk about here at the moment that I can see. The news conference should be over with Ms. Levitt. I don't think there's anything new on the docket here. Let's check. So they're dreaming up their own fake news and then deleting it. Wow. And that's the kind of stuff that's going out as news. So, yeah, well, typically, just the way I approach this, or just for basic stuff, I determined, or I kind of came to the conclusion from reading a lot of people and things I've read and heard, that the best traders in the world, certainly not me, and this is not an epiphany on my part, best traders in the world pretty much all came to the conclusion that trading is a business of probabilities, relying on the law of large numbers to manifest a rather small edge or expectancy to your bottom line. And the idea here is that this is essentially a random market. Here's a perfect example. We've just spent all day here in this pretty wide swings, and we're right back at the open, which is essentially a day of nothing but speculation. That is no statement or comment about the price of the S&Ps or the political news or anything else. It's just speculation, trading. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying what it is. But the fact that you might be trying to, predict that or anticipate where it's headed, maybe not the best idea. So, or maybe not, long-term profitability. So what they do is these other, Tom Sosnoff, Jim Simmons, I don't think Dalio's outfit does. I don't think Bridgewater does it, but, for sure Renaissance Technologies, Tom Sosnoff, Tom the Trader, all these people base their trading and their decisions on probabilities. They identify something that happens rather frequently. Obviously, you want it to happen every day would be great. You certainly don't want to, try to build a trading strategy on something that happens once a year. That's going to take you an awful long time to make A, money, and B, find out if it's right or wrong. Anyway, after you've decided that or identified that pattern, then you figure out what rules would validate an entry for that strategy or setup, whatever it is. In my case, it's the initial balance trades. And collect a statistically significant data set in your homework period away from the live market that you can analyze and determine if it has a positive edge or expectancy or not. If it does, then you can, that's called a back test, right? It has to be absolutely non-discretionary. The rules have to be precise so that you have a statistically significant data set. It can't be, well, it was a high this time and a low that time and a close this time and something else. It's got the rules and the criteria has to be the same. And so what I did was came up with this trade for the initial balance trades. You see the system is working on these trades here now. And this is, as I explained earlier in the session and pre-market and every other place, this chart is only for visual verification of that these rules are being taken where I expect them to be. These lines and levels here are just custom indicators which I built that accurately represent the lines which the rules use, or the levels which the rules use. And this whole thing is happening within the IRT simulated environment, because my account here on Bookmap and the trades I take on Bookmap are with my live AMP futures funded account with my money, funded by me, nobody else. No prop thing or anything. Yeah. So not that there's anything wrong with those, but I'm just saying, making a statement here. And so I'm not even remotely prepared to have this trade my live money because I'm not confident enough in my ability to do the extra from going from here in the back test rules. No problem. But the next step to trade live is something I'm not sure of, because if you stop and think about it, there's a great additional layer of complexity when you start sending trades out to a broker or to the market. The trade, you execute the trade, like right there, it took a trade. Now we're down to plus 4. We've just closed out 48 ticks. Here's 48 ticks. Okay. The order goes out to the broker. The broker sends it to the exchange. The exchange, sends a confirmation that they received it and the timestamp. Then they send back a level, the price level that you got filled at, if it's all at once or in pieces, and the time, and that comes back through and is into this, back through the broker and back to the system here. And that has to be recorded, and then on goes the stops and the targets and all that. That has to happen every time. And I'm not sure how to go about doing that. And with Chad Payne gone on IRT, I don't really know of a resource that is would be interested in helping me figure that out. So that's why I'm on the backtest mode. And here we just came through open again. Now, so this is what's happening live today that the system is looking at. These are the rules. And the way the backtest works is, first of all, this system only has 3 rules. It has an A, a B, and a trigger. Now, there are 4 trades that can happen off the initial balance trade, which is an initial balance, in this case, an initial balance continuation, a long, an initial balance failure, short, off the initial balance high. Then there's the same 2 trades that can happen off the initial balance low. So, and with a computer or, code, with this code anyway, you have to write a specific rule for each one of those instances, and the 3 flags the 3 rules that validate those 4 instances. That's why this looks a little, pretty lengthy, but it's really pretty simple. This is, some back office maintenance stuff. These are the rules and flags, and this is the trade management, essentially. And this is how I can set it up. 2 lots, 2-lot contract. There's a 12-tick stop, 12-tick T1, 48-tick T2. At T1, when T1 is achieved, up 12 ticks, we trail the stop to 0 or to entry. And, then there's some other filters and whatnot. And that's exactly what you see happening over here. So, I wish I knew how to have this happen in the live market, and I could be, I'd have that ATM in the basement, but I don't. So, where I am is with the back testing and vetting, and then applying. What I try to do is apply when I see a trade happen here. I manually reproduce it over here. Now, I didn't now because I don't after 2 o'clock, after 1400, and that's what happened here, and I wasn't here right there. So, what I was saying back to the back testing, the rules have to be absolutely specific. In my case, I have some criteria for an A signal. The open has to be below the signal, the IB high or low, then the bar penetrates through it. Okay, that's one thing. Used to be that I required the close to be above or on the other side of the thing. Now it's just the high or low. Second criteria, the bar previous to the signal bar, in this case of a long, the open needs to be below the close. So in other words, price is moving in that direction. I thought that made sense. but if you were trying to do this manually, you'd have to go through every 1 minute candle and validate whether these specific criteria are happening or not, and do it over a large, statistically significant data set. Well, it didn't take me long to figure out there was no freaking way I was going to do that. That's why I built this chart, because, you know, just look at it without any of these lines and figure out how, or these signal markers, and think if you could figure out how many trades were there accurately, without discretion, exactly to the rules. No way. So what? But the backtest solves that problem. Backtest engine. There's the instrument, contracts, session. I want to backtest 500 days. I want these reports to come out. You ready? There you go. Now, in 9 seconds, the computer just validated every one of these rules over each of 223,546 1-minute bars, and took 873 trades, 445 long, 428 short. Maximum capital required was $2,000. Maximum favorable excursion was 216, and the adverse excursion in daily was 4250. Pretty amazing, huh? Here's the trade for winning, winning and losing. Now there's 531 winners. Average winners 3133. 154 losers. Average loser is 1284. Remember, these not $75 or $30 because of we're trailing to break even or to entry the minute we achieve T1. There's 41 consecutive winners and 5 consecutive losers. And for in-depth analysis, here is every one of 852 trades, exactly the minute it was entered, the time to the minute of any kind of exits, the name and title of the exit, the direction, the value, the price level, and the result. Now that is a back test. Okay, and I take it one step further to this. Each one of these lines is a back test. All of the values that we just got through looking at are here. And this is just for the MES, and there's also one for the ES. So, let's look at where we just are. Right there. Okay. So here's the MES periodicity, 12, 12, 48, 2 lots. At 12 ticks, we scale to entry. This is the trade time. And these are the statistics. 864 trades, total number of days, winners, losers, average winner, average loser, win rate, loss rate, expectancy, R factor, risk reward, on and on and on, consistency, consecutive winners and losers, total profit, commissions, and net. That, in my opinion, gives me a vetted setup that I can lean on. Now, if any of that sounds remotely familiar to you, and the law of large numbers, the law of large numbers is very simply that if you make $10 on one trade, you've made $10. If you make $10 on 1,000 trades, you made $10,000. That's the law of large numbers. And it is the business model of the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. They play no game that they have not pre-identified to have an expectancy and specific rules. Then they put that game on the casino floor, and the only mission in life all of those people out there have is to play that game as many times as they can in 24 hours. And of course, make sure that nobody's cheating and play by the rules and all that stuff. But that's why there's no emotion. Dealers could care less if you win or lose. They know what gamblers are going to win. We know we're going to take stops. We know we're going to win trades. They could care less. Their only mission is to play the next one because they're working on the law of large numbers and the maximum occurrences. So that's why I believe this is the correct approach, and to take every one of those that has happened. Now, I was doing quite well with this system until about mid-January, and then I exceeded, and you don't ever change anything until something is invalidated. In other words, when this system, that as I was manually trading it, exceeded the expected number of consecutive stops, then I needed to stop and figure out what had happened. Had I changed something? I know that there's a big problem with the delay between me seeing a signal and me taking the trade, and the positioning, because as you hopefully have been trading long enough, you realize how important entry position is. Remember, we're only talking about 3-point stops here. Is the market suddenly more volatile? Whatever. So those are the things. And that's the way I approach it now, that what I am desperately, but what I'm really focused on doing now is I need to expand that. I need other setups that I can take. That's what I'm doing a lot of looking for, and I would be super happy for any suggestion. The stream, again, one more time to say it, I try to say it frequently. This is my journal. This is what I'm doing now. This is certainly not my way or the highway. And I would be really appreciative and thankful for suggestions, or here, I do this, or, like Anton's been sharing what he does and why. And I really appreciate that. I'm trying to, I'm looking at anything. My goal here is to be a successful trader and follow a systematic methodology. This is my business that will support my family, etc. This is not a video game or gambling. So that's where we are. That's the back testing. And we're way past the market recap. Sorry. Every day at about 14:30. Well, there's our open, and here we are. We just came through the open, and we're now just a little bit below it. We got just a little bit into the singles here from yesterday. This is the big, I've ended the war, which is, as expected, absolutely not even remotely the case. But for some reason, I think most people are now so used to the short news cycle that it's just knee-jerk reaction, and we'll think of something different tomorrow maybe. I don't know. I don't get it, But then you have to also be careful, because you have things like this. U.S. Secretary Wright deletes his post on X. So the Secretary of the Energy is making statements about the condition of the war and posting it on X, for Christ's sake, rather than a real a press statement, and deletes it because it wasn't the truth. Holy crap, I think that's really alarming. For me, it is anyway. So, let me get back to what I was doing now before I got off on that tangent. But I think it's just alarming, and I think that factors into the short news cycle, and the fact that, I hope you realize that a lot of what is said by many of the major players is just a fabrication. It's completely devoid of the truth most of the time, for exaggeration, for effect, for emotional content, having nothing to do with the truth. It's really amazing to me. It's reality TV, I guess. So here is our MES. Now this is my IRT, if you're new here, my charting. If you notice that all of my IRT charts in the header have the chart name, which is meaningless to you, but the instrument, periodicity, the chart type, I'm sorry, and the periodicity, and then the session. So you can see that on all of them. I track the micros because that's what I'm trading, and I also keep up the minis because I go back and forth to them. Now, this is the micro MQ. It's just kind of, they're usually very well correlated. And this is my high time frame chart, which is a micro ES daily session. Each one of these bars is a daily candlestick. Wherever price overlaps, these bars overlap, I pull a volume profile around them. In so doing, it generates the the micro composite POC. This volume profile here generates these high and low volume nodes. It's real simple. Low volume, high volume, high volume, low volume. That's all they are within this profile. Now these high and low volume nodes push automatically to Bookmap, as do the session prices. And here is today's candle. It overlaps during the break between the sessions. I'll include that in this profile. But that's how it works. And this is the market profile. And I only keep this on the micro or the mini ES. I don't switch this back and forth between the micros. I don't think it's necessary. Start, the quote page here, and yeah, then I've just gotten to showing you the other things I'm testing out, and we already talked about the back testing. Here's a pretty important piece of information every day. This is the average daily volume looking back over 20 days. We're 133% of that, and we're way up here. Now, stop and think about it. This is system trades, and I'm trading a 3-point stop. We're averaging, this is the average true range. We're averaging 6 points on every 1 minute bar. Volatility and dangerous, and just puts a big air quotes around how important entry price can be. So let's look at where we're going now and tomorrow. These are the two news sources I use. This is my original go-to, economicinvesting.com. You can filter it for wherever you are, your time zone, country, reports you're interested in, etc. I like the format here for it's clean and easy to read, and for capturing and snapping and putting into Discord or wherever else. And another thing I like is they only track and report traditional, expected economic calendars and reports. Another thing that's important is you notice how the event title turns into a URL here. If you don't know what existing home sales are, you can click that and it'll tell you all about the report and the most recent releases, etc. We are also in earnings season, and Oracle's going to release tonight right after the bell. The little quarter moon means after the close, and the sunrise means before the open. This has been going on, and it will continue to for a while. But let's get back to an economic calendar. Now, what have we got going on tomorrow? Well, PPI. Yeah, and we've got some talking feds down here, but the most important thing is CPI. 3 stars. Now there's only 2 events. There are only 4 events, which my particular broker raises the daily day rate margins. And they are CPI, PPI, non-farm payroll, and FOMC minutes or meetings. So tomorrow, and this is real important to know with a broker, a live account, because these elevated, and typically it's raised to 25% of the maintenance margin, meaning that it's going to cost you $10,000 to trade a NASDAQ or the NQ. It's going to, $2,600. It's going to cost you about $5,000 to trade the mini ES. Your account won't cost you that much to trade them, but you better have that much in your account or you're going to get a margin call. And those events, those margin rates go into effect at the ETH Open tonight at 1700 Central Standard Time through tomorrow morning and these events. Now we're still in an elevated margin condition because of all this tomfoolery going on with in Iran and the Middle East. But it will go way up. It's only at about 20% instead of 10% now. Or no, it's only at about 10%. I don't know what all that is, but I'm pretty sure I don't like that. The hell is that? What is this crap?
Important security message. Your computer has been locked up.
I don't even know what all this is, but I think it's just a freaking ad, and I don't want this to be happening here on my machine. Look at that crap. Wow. Huh. Okay. Yeah, get the hell away from me. So, let's move away from investing.com, I guess. My other source is Financial Juice. Again, it's free, also free. My thinking about keeping these free is that I want to have anyone that comes through the stream or is trying to follow along or, improve their trading to be able to have access to the same resources that I think are important and more than adequate to use, and not have to be worrying about buying stuff. I mean, I don't see where it would do much good if I had a Bloomberg terminal and I was telling you how great it was and here's what you do and this is what I look for, and then you discovered that a Bloomberg terminal costs you, $20,000 a month. I don't think that'd help. So I try to do it this way. You can filter these things, of course, pretty much the same, except you don't get you can't go drill in and look at what these various reports were. On the left side here, the docket, and over here we have kind of a squawk box affair where you see all this stuff is being pulled in as it's happening. Another thing that I really appreciate about Financial Juice is through the course of the day, they will pull this kind of thing into the docket. You'll never see this in investing.com or anything, this type of event. But everybody now knows, I certainly do, and apparently Financial Juice does, that these kind of events in the current situation we're in, and I mean, last year or so, the current administration, can very definitely have an effect on our auction. So I really appreciate that they bring these things in so that I know when they're coming. I have no problem with Ms. Levitt having a press conference. I mean, that's her job, right? Or Trump saying something, that's his job. But what I do have a problem with is if that can just suddenly impact the market and I don't know about it. I want to know about that risk as far in advance as I can. Because as traders today, our job is really risk management. Your primary motivation is, or goal in life as a trader today is to grow, preserve your account and grow it. The only way you can do that is risk management. And if there is a huge risk out there that you don't know about, how can you manage it? We have known for 35 years that the non-farm payroll is going to come out the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning. You can make a plan around that and you can name your kids after it. No problem. These kind of things we don't have any idea about. So I appreciate that. That is I call it unidentified critical risk when I put something in the recap for the day. You know, the timestamps of the day, or the chapters for this stream. So there we are. Now here is the market on closing balance, which comes out every day at 1450. Yesterday they were all sell. Today we've got 62 million buy side on the S&Ps, buy side for 227 million on the on NASDAQ, and then the Dow is 57 million, and Mag 7 is 62 million, all buy side. And we sell off. We're heading for a potential low, and I maintain my ground, my ground that if we get into these singles down here, there's an extremely good chance we're going to eat them, and it goes all the way down to 42, the 42s, 67 42s. That's just an old market profile-ism, and it's never been proven wrong that I know. We will repair these singles at some point. And in my opinion is that it will be today, or for sure by the end of the week. I believe we'll be down through here. We came down this far today. Now we don't have far to go. And they're coming down again. So we'll see. I'm not making any prediction. I'm just making an observation that hopefully will be the kind of stuff you need to be aware of. You know, it's like the reports. God, nothing makes me more sick than to hear about hear all these reports and hear these stupid people say things which are insulting to my intelligence, basically. But you have to know that stuff, because you have to just realize that it is those are potential risks to our auction, and that's what we're trading. So you better know that. The example that I used to use. Hello, sweetie pie. What's up? There go my fingers. Cute little gal coming around here begging me to go get her water. Guess I'll have to. One of the examples I used to use, but it's now gone too far away and I'm not going to scroll back, was a Friday morning at 10 o'clock in the morning. The market dumped off 229 handles based on a tweet from Trump about something he accused China of doing and threatening his retaliation, and neither one of those things happened. But the real result was the market sold off 229 points. And think of all the people and livelihoods and businesses that were ruined because of that. So you better, that was I'm not saying anything wrong or any political statement about him making a tweet and thinking that and whatever else. What I'm saying is you need to be aware of those kind of things from a point of view of risk. Now I'm going to get her some water before I'm in big trouble. I'd like to see if they get into those singles. That would be pretty good. 3 minutes till the big bad bell for the cash close. So, yeah, we're not going to get those singles now. We could get an opening swing or a closing swing trade and take out something, but let's see. Thanks a lot for coming by. I appreciate it. Like, subscribe. That's all I get out of this from the point of view of YouTube is the likes and subs. So I really appreciate it. And feedback is definitely great. I'm start the stream live every morning, every trading day morning at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. And it's active and live the entire cash system and session until 1500. The purpose for that is transparency, full transparency and accountability. No trades are ever taken off the stream. Any trades that are taken are graphically displayed on Bookmap and IRT and at the bottom and every other place, and there's no question about it, and they're live real trades. So there's that. It's one of the only place I can't find another site, and I look on YouTube to go to sleep and stuff. I have not found another place that live streams where you can actually have the feedback and real live trades that are absolutely displayed without question in front of your face. I think it's pretty bizarre. Everybody else is doing this rearview mirror crap. And I think it's good for them, but it's disappointing for me, actually. See if I have a example. Yeah. I don't know if you're familiar with Bookmap or not, but this is this is how Bookmap displays a trade. There's the entry, there's the stop. There's the entry, the target, the stop. This is long, obviously. T2, break-even line. You can see how I trailed my stop. You can see what the result of that trade was. And then at the end of every day, I make this screen grab of any trades and the complete breakdown, the statistics from the day from Bookmap. So I don't know if you're ever going to find anything more transparent. And also, it's worth pointing out maybe that you notice I stream the entire monitor. Any programs that are open are at the bottom, including the computer clock, hours, minutes, seconds, the date, etc., which ties back to Bookmap and ties back to IRT. So, there you go. And it is the world famous 7 hours on the stream and the cash close. So, yay for us. That's the right button. I hope it wasn't some obnoxious noise. I never use that mixer for that. But remember that you're the most important tool or piece of equipment you've got in your trade office. Your eyes take in all the data. Your brain processes it all, and you use that to make financial decisions for you and your family. Imagine what would happen if your eyes didn't work. All of the special money you've spent on everything else in your room is just a damn paperweight. You need to take care of yourself. If your decisions were bad, you need to take care of yourself. Well rested, well hydrated. If you're on emotional tilt, throw your mouse in the garbage can. I mean, this is a real highly competitive sport. It's a zero-sum business. And if you don't know what that means, it's really important. Trading is not like stocks where there's a big pool of something. Every time somebody sold a contract anywhere, somebody was on the other side of that trade buying it. That's how we trade. We trade in contracts, which require a buyer and a seller. Think about that for a minute. and think about how that other person is going, that other counterparty to you is going to make money off your trades. And the people that come in to trade for the high time frame, you know, typical counterparty to our trades are some of the most highly educated, best paid, and unlimited funding support traders in the world. And their only job is not to screw you or screw me or run your stop. Their only job is to be the winner on that side. Their job is to be the winner side of every trade, or as many as they can. You know, and typically that's why retail is cannon fodder, because they don't approach it with any kind of methodology or business-like or discipline, and those guys just eat them up. The only way that the market can go up is for aggression, okay? Aggressive buyers come across the inside market and lift the ask. The only way the market can go down is for aggressive sellers to cross the inside market and hit the bid. Never, ever, ever is it possible to have more than one, you know, an imbalance, let's say, of buyers and sellers in transacted trades. Absolutely, there can be an imbalance in resting liquidity. These are just limit orders. They can be pulled at any time. When you put an order on and you don't think it looks good, can you pull it? Of course you can. So can anybody else. That's what makes that spoofing thing so stupid. But anyway, because anybody accuse me of spoofing and prove that I just didn't change my decision because of the market conditions. Impossible. So there you have it. Okay. See you tomorrow at 0800. Be there, be square. Share it, pass it to your friends, threaten people, whatever. I really appreciate it. Like and subscribe, that would be great. And I will see you tomorrow.